ultimate goal is change, facilitate the learning experiences of students. Evidence gathered from across the nation, vast experience in education system, and will be over here valuable insights of the educators. I request Mananon to take the opportunity to connect, share ideas, and make this change, facilitate the learning experiences of students. Evidence gathered from across the nation, vast experience in education system, and will be over here valuable insights
Then
of the educators. Request Mananon to take the opportunity to connect, share ideas, and make this change, facilitate the learning experiences of students. Evidence gathered from across the nation, vast experience in education system, and will be over here valuable insights
then
of the educators. Request Mananon to take the opportunity to connect, share ideas, and make this change, facilitate the learning experiences of students. Evidence gathered from across the nation, vast experience in education system, and will be over here valuable insights
then
of the educators. Request Mananon to take the opportunity to connect, share ideas, and make this change, facilitate the learning experiences of students. Evidence gathered from across the nation, vast experience in education system, and will be
शुभोदय बैंगलोर नमस्कार नमस्ते वणक्कम respected chief guest the vice chancellor of Dayanand Sankara University
इसके बाद डांस
Swami Ashok sir Satish sir
How it's coming?
university dignitaries
June में meeting आते हैं.
BSP members
So this camera.
my beloved community of school teachers and leaders. I feel extremely happy to welcome everyone to this much awaited conference. Samaniva, Goagni, Samana, Dayani, Samana was may our hearts feel alive. May our thinking be one. And thus, may all of us live BSBA
Online attend
private school principal association and the much of the right hand of progress of our right hand it is an amalgamation of school principals. Working toward those physical behavior, high standards of utmost dignity and dignity who stands at the common voice of the registered we have been conducting webinar BSBA is born during Corona. BSBA conferences been so leaders, share ideas, strategies, and collaborate on a wide range of issues of importance to school principals from latest economic education, teacher empowerment, and leadership, teaching and learning. Principals have an abundant quality of inclusive knowledge. Going to years of experience, conferences, and so on. To such enthusiastic empowerment and principals, BSB offers a platform to connect, to share, to meet, to listen, to lead, to all the areas which are directly or indirectly interested. United fostering the product, divided only by force of hate. BSB offers a rich platform of promulgating and practicing education practices across the country and outside the country. As all of us know, behind every great school, there is always great mission. Education collaboration are tools that break down all the barriers. It is part of the foundation of progress and growth, both as an individual and as a society. This conference on international education, global trends, education, creative equality, and business. We are together discuss on teaching and learning next world and how the education system is to evolve. The rampant disruption of technology at this speed, all of us have seen the prototype, which never got up, we have done. All the teachers and principals, and a few complete all of them were doing the Corona years. Reimagining education becomes crucial these days. Collaboration is a powerful tool for change. No matter what you are fighting for, getting with sharp mind and create more positive change. They are running toward challenges. The shop. So,
No, I give a new
I feel
ticket to
really
ourselves, sir.
privileged outside in Nanshan University, which was awarded as the best private university of the world during construction. These units are all the
बाहर का स्पीकर
It is really a tremendous step in need. Whose
ಮೈಕ್ ಆನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಹಲೋ
Kirdaka Junuta, Dinta, Kirdaka Junuta, Dinta, Kirdaka Junuta, Dunta, Dum da na 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 na, dum da na 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 na, dum. Kirdaka Junuta, Dinta, Kirdaka Junuta, Dinta, Kirdaka Junuta, Dunta, Dum da na 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 na, dum da na 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 na, dum agapa.
Dom da na na de ra na 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 dom magasa. Da dom da 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 dom da da dom da na 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 de ra na 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 dom.
Kirdana Dirana, Gama Gama Maga Baba Maga Zanisa, Kirdana Dirana, Gama Gama Maga Baba Maga Zanisa, Kirdana Dirana, Gama Gama Maga Baba Maga Zanisa. Come on now, follow my lead. Come on now, follow my lead. Gama Baba Gama Gama Baba Gama Isa, Gama Baba Gama Gama ma ba ma ga ma sa 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 ga ma ba sa ga ma ma. I'm in love with your body. Why, 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 why?
Niri bama ba ga re sa ni.
Why, 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 why?
Pa ni sa sa pa ni sa sa pa ni sa sa.
Why, 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 why?
Ga re ni sa ba ga re sa ni da ba.
Why, 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 why?
ta jum num ta rum ta dhalam ku tak te ku da de tang gid 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 ta jum ta ka jum jum ta ta kita ta da ta jum gid jum ta ta num ta rum ta kita ta de tang gid gid ta ta ri ta ta dhana ta ta run ta ta dim ta ta da jum ta num ta rum ta ga dim ta gid gid ta dim ta gid ta jum dim da ta jum nam da ta jum tam ta kita dhana ta de tang gid dim ta gid ta jum dim da kita jum da kita jum ta jum da kita ta jum gid ta dum ta ni ta ta dhana ta ri ta ta dhana ta jum ta dhana ta de tang gid ta jum dim da ta jum nam da kita jum ta dim tum nam ta de tang gid ta di ta dhana ta dhana ta gid dhana ta jun ta dim ta ri ta dhana ta di ta dhana ta de tang gid ta dim ta dim ta dim ta jum ta tang gid ta
सदना शंकर बाला लंबोदर सुंदर गज बदना करुणा सदना अजन मरेंद्रनु मुनिवरु पणियु भजन मरेंद्रनु मुनिवरु पणियु भजन मरेंद्रनु मुनिवरु पणियु पंकज चरण शरणौ शरणौ पंकज चरण शरणौ शरणौ श्री गजवदना करुणा सदना शंकर बाला लंबोदर सुंदर गज बदना करुणा सदना நீயே மூவுலகு காரணம் நீயே சிவகம மந்திரசாரம் நீயே மூவுலகு காரணம் நீயே சிவகம மந்திரசாரம் நீயே வாழ்விளஞ்சீவாதாரம் நீயே सदना शंकर बाला लंबोदर सुंदर गज बदना करुणा सदना
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा।
गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि।
प्रणवालय पाहि परिपालय परमेशी कमलालय श्रीदेवी कुरिपिंचवे करुणांबुरासी धीं तारा धीं धीं तारा जतुलतो विनोदिनी भुवन पालिनी वे अनाथ रक्षणनी विधि कादटे मोरविनी चेरवटे నా ఆలోచనే నిరంతరం నీకు నివాళినివ్వాలని నాలో ఆవేదనే నువ్వు ఆదరించేలా నివేదనవ్వాలని धीं
And ultimately, for me, the objective is trying to there's no country probably the important part of the world. Is what we need for market. Then it also indicates that the penalties achieved from previous time, but the learning is completely learning 48, 70 years of education. This is students are learn this is also suggested is one that's is not in conclusion, these are the things. One is digital approach of student. Second, change man. How do we change the values? How do we handle yours from the realm which given the reference where the information we have, as I read the meeting, I agree that the number of information once without the information for your students. If you career on level where expert you more use the experience. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I'd like to invite Arjun Prasad, President of PSK, and Ashok Gandhi, Government President of PSK, to participate. Dr. K.M. Murthy, Vice Chancellor of Bharat Sabha. we have our next photograph, and this is a and environmental class for everybody here to hear it. Our next Swami Mandira Dandasati. Swami Mandira Dandasati is the monk of Ramakrishna order. At Bengaluru Ramakrishna monk was in charge of Vivekananda Bal Sangha and Vivekananda Yuva Sangha, which are known for students and youths, where he is instrumental in molding their personalities to values taught in youth, values, and education. In the light of Swami Vivekananda's ideas, our communities saved. He has various platforms, including next level seminars, and has a very precise pen in regularly contributes to various journals on topics of life and social. Swamiji has signed the writing of values, ethics, and principles for school principals. So over to you, Swamiji. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause.
Namaste Yatirajaye, Vivekananda Suraye, Sachit Sukha Surupaya, Swamini Tapaharini. My loving namaskars to the Honorable President of PSTA, Vice President, President, and the Vice Chancellor of the University, Dan Sagar. Just now he has given his address. Actually, from here, I cannot see the faces of anybody due to this lighting. I always expect to see the audience wherever I go. And the time now is 11:36. I am supposed to complete it in half an hour. I will maintain my time and conclude within 12:05. Because now I am here to speak on ethics, principles, values. If I don't value the time, then merely lecturing on values has no. That's why to all the organizers, wherever I go, to all the organizers, please don't misunderstand me. Please don't misunderstand me. I request them to maintain time. Because time is precious for everybody. Is it not? I have traveled 35 kilometers. So many have traveled hundreds of kilometers to come here. I request them and all the speakers also to understand the value, first to value the time that we are using here. 10 बजे शुरू होना है, मैंने you have to start at 10. So some speaker has to finish at 10:30. Please finish at 10:30 because we are trying to teach that. NAP 2020. So please don't misunderstand me. I am a little bit a speaker with openness. I never speak anything within. Everything I express openly. In that sense, please don't misunderstand. Now, coming before entering these values, ethics, and principles, which in half an hour, thank you for switching off the light. I can see the audience. Before beginning, one thing I want to tell you, none of Indian universities have a subject of ethics, none of the Indian universities. I am addressing mainly the principals of the schools. You should know, if you want to study ethics as a branch of study, as you study engineering, I'm basically a mechanical engineer before which I ranked for the final year, then joined Ramakrishna in 1996, 25 years almost over. So, if you want to pursue ethics as a subject, none of the Indian universities will allow you to study. You have to go to foreign universities to study ethics. Otherwise, if we take, let us say, I want to study Dharma Shastra, which is the indigenous ethical study, so-called. We cannot use the word ethics anyhow. That's the word that we have to use today. Suppose if I want to study Dharma Shastra, there are no professors to teach India. Those is called indigenous subject of the country. Nobody to. That is the pathetic condition of our country. All foreign universities will award, there's a branch of study called axiology. There's a branch of study in Western education system, it's called axiology, where we study ethics, study of ethics, aesthetics. He mentioned the Vice Chancellor mentioned aesthetics. They all come under axiology, the Department of Axiology. And before beginning, I will give you one incident. I will just touch upon the subject. Within 30 minutes, we cannot teach anything regarding ethics, morality, or principles. It's not possible. But I will give you 2-3 examples to ponder upon. You have time to ponder upon, time to just ponder upon. I will narrate, begin with one experiment. I think it happened in Italy. One of the laboratory connected with neuroscience. Any development today, there should be, now there are a lot of research going, especially in every department, of course, it's there. But particularly, there are a lot of development research going on in neuroscience. Because they want to study, is there any corresponding development with the evolution of thoughts? Suppose this subject like principle. Suppose you consider a principled man, he has lived a principled life for 30 years. Does it have any corresponding changes in the brain? So there are a lot of, if a monk, no monk can lie today. No monk can lie today. Because if somebody says, Swamiji, I meditate for 2 hours, I meditate 10 hours, please come to the laboratory. There are a lot of, because I am connected with 2 people, I know some of the things that are going on, especially in the demands and the Mindlab Institute in Himachal Pradesh and many universities connected with America, like Kawad, so many people are there. So, when they were having such research in one of the laboratories in Italy, they were conducting the experiment, taking one monkey. They were finding a relationship between thought and action. What is the relationship between the thought and action? So, they had taken a monkey to the laboratory. All the electrodes were connected to the head. You will have the display of alpha, beta, gamma rays on the big television. The monkey was given an ice cream to eat. The monkey was given an ice cream to eat. The monkey was eating the ice cream. So, all the corresponding alpha, beta, gamma rays were recorded on the, with the MRI, FRI, so many instruments are there nowadays, on the big television or the computer, etc. Now, the experiment is over. The monkey is simply sitting on the chair, of course tied up. So the monkey is simply sitting on the chair. Accidentally, the professor who was conducting this experiment went out and came back. Accidentally, he watched the white screen. Still, the alpha, beta, gamma rays are being projected on the computer without any tangible physical action on the part of the monkey. It's not eating an ice cream now. It is simply sitting. But when action is going on, what are all the alpha, beta, gamma rays that are recording that are still being displayed on the computer when there is no action on the part of the monkey? That's why, surprisingly, this professor went near the monkey and wanted to find out how come he can see the same physical action on the computer, though there is no physical action on the part of the monkey. Then this professor saw this monkey is sitting near the window. The chair has been given near the window. It is sitting near the window and watching a person outside the window eating an ice cream. A thought of an ice cream is equal to, thought of eating an ice cream is equal to a physical action. That's why we have a great statement in the Chandogya Upanishad, Ahara Shuddhau Sattva Shuddhihi. And one of the, I think, the principal of PhD, president, he quoted from the Rig Veda, Sangachatam Samvadatam Samvamanasi Janatam. It's from basically Rig Veda. So here we have a great statement in the Chandogya Upanishad, Ahara Shuddhau Sattva Shuddhihi. What do you mean by that? Whatever, generally now many people try to explain it as ahara means taking food. Many now, so many lifestyle disorders are there. To rectify lifestyle disorders, they say rectify your food habits, so many, etc. But when you say food, it is not only a physical food, but all the images that come through the eye. It's the food for the eye. Whatever you hear, it's a food for the ears. Whatever you smell, it's the food for the nose. Whatever you see, it's the food for the eyes. The ahara shuddhau eva sattva shuddhihi bhavati. Only when the food is pure, you can have ethical, moral, principled life. Even if you are not performing any crime, seeing a crime is equal to performing crime according to neuroscience. If I say Shastra, you say, Swamiji, many people in many of the colleges, they say, Swamiji, don't speak philosophy. But philosophy is based on practicality. If it can't perform certain actions, we say it's a philosophy. No. Philosophy experiment. Just to give an example, when we were studying 10th standard, when I studied, we had a first chapter was on magnetism, second chapter was on static electricity, physics. I think now a lot of changes have come, which may be included in, I think, the 8th or 9th. The teacher gave a statement in the classroom saying, a freely suspended ball magnet will always rest in the north-south direction. Then we were taken into the laboratory and a bar magnet was taken and the experiment was seen in the laboratory. But the philosophy of magnet resting on north and south has a practical, based on this philosophy is based on practicality. In the same way, ahara shuddhau sattva shuddhihi, whatever things that the children see, especially before between the age of 8 and 12, it is called the formative age, formative period for young children between 8 and 12, because the neurons are formed in the brain between 8 and 12. All the neurons, there are so many things connected with neuroscience. It's not the time. I just introduce the topic and leave you to ponder later on. It is the formative period. So it is the responsibility of both the teachers and the parents to give what is necessary for the eye, ears. Now, just now they were informing about the information that's on Google. Now we use a particular word, infodemic. We have heard pandemic. It's not. Regarding information, we have so much information and infected. It is called infodemic. Now we use the word infodemic. We are at the stage of infodemic. Nothing is converted into wisdom. All the things are at the level of information. That's why I will begin with one statement by a famous Buddhist monk. He says, if you want, my first condition was ahara shuddhau. My first thing that I introduced was ahara shuddhau sattva shuddhihi. Second point, I am coming to the second point with a statement by one of the famous Buddhist monks. He says, if you want happiness for 1 hour, take a nap. If you want happiness for an hour, take a nap. If you want happiness for a whole day, go for a shopping spree. करेंगे ना, PVR देखेंगे, बाद में थोड़ा shopping करेंगे, बाद में घर आएंगे. So if you want happiness for whole day, go for a shopping spree plus PVR. And if you want happiness for a whole month, then go for a tour. What tour? Depending on your financial condition. If you want happiness for a whole year, what should be done? Inherit a property. If you want happiness for a whole year, inherit a property. But if you want happiness for a life, then help somebody. He will not stop here. He will not stop here. The Buddhist monk will not stop here. He will continue. Suppose we are not concerned with the only life. We Indians believe in a cyclic. Everything is cyclic. Even Swami Vivekananda makes a statement. There is line drawn infinitely becomes a circle. There's a statement by Swami Vivekananda. A line drawn infinitely becomes a circle. We always believe in a cyclic janma, karma. It's all cyclic. There is no linear motion in our Indian scriptures. No, that's a different topic to be discussed later on anyhow. So coming to this point, if we think we want happiness for eternity, not just for this life, I want happiness for eternity. What should be done, Swamiji? Then the Buddhist monk says, know thyself. This is where we are falling back in all the universities. None of the school subjects teach us what do you mean by mind, M-I-N-D, mind. Mind kya hai? Koi bhi pata nahi. Any of the subject does it carry? It is the tool through which we understand the whole world. The science, physics, chemistry, mathematics, arithmetic, algebra, logarithms, integration, strength of materials, our wonderful designs that we did when we were young in a company, working in a company. Hours together, we have sat 20 hours to form one design, more than 20 hours for weeks together. What is the tool that with which we are understanding the whole world? It is the mind. It is the subjective study. All through, it is the only objective study that we are calling the education or the schooling, but we should have a subjective knowledge, and that subjective knowledge is included in the values, ethics, and principles. The whole thing is to understand what you mean by a mind. Now, coming to the just one information for your sake, there are two kinds of sciences. One is called the positive science. Second is called the normative science. Physics, chemistry, algebra, psychiatry, psychology, all comes under positive science. This ethics comes under normative science. And you should understand, I'll just give a word, one of the word of meaning. I don't go deep into any of the theory. I want to give you some examples. Coming to the difference, many people think this morality and ethics, ethic and morality are not the same. No. Morality, what do you mean by morality? Is a way of life. What do you mean by the ethics? It is the study, intellectual study of the way of life. The study of morality is called ethics, or it is even called as the moral philosophy in the Western ethical system. The way of life is called morality. The study of the standards of way of life is called ethics. Now, coming to the principle part, regarding principles, it comes in the Bhagavad Gita also. It is one of the statements taken by the many universities, including our Mysore University. Nahi gnanena sadusham pavitram iha vidyate. Nahi gnanena sadusham pavitram iha vidyate. That comes in Bhagavad Gita, which is the principle or the motto of Mysore University. What do you mean by nahi gnanena sadusham pavitram iha vidyate? There is nothing in this world which is more purer than knowledge. Nahi gnanena sadusham, equal to knowledge. There is nothing which is more purifying in the whole world except knowledge. So, when you consider nahi gnanena sadusham pavitram iha vidyate, when knowledge becomes the purer thing, then the knowledge that we seek, it becomes sacred. When we enter the university, when we enter the campus of our school, all the principles should be having the bhava or the faith that the knowledge is more sacred. Until unless the principal does not follow this motto, if he believes in, none of the children will carry it. Value is not based, values on the ethics is not based in paper. It is the people who value the value. It is the people who value the ethics will have some followers as ethics and values and the principles. That's why the very first condition for any university is nahi gnanena sadusham pavitram iha vidyate. This nahi gnana sadusham has three aspects. When you say this knowledge is sacred, there are three aspects for this motto to be fulfilled. Very first is love of knowledge. Many people would have heard this love of knowledge, but what you really mean by love of knowledge? I seek knowledge for the sake of knowledge only. I never study any subject for getting any job. No. Seeking knowledge, excuse me, seeking knowledge for the sake of knowledge. I don't want to, I will never go into depth of any of these things. It's an introduction. Within 30 minutes, I can just introduce. The second point here is readiness to undergo any hardship that comes in the way of acquiring the knowledge. There are great stories. In one of the introduction, they were mentioning, especially I think the Vice Chancellor, about the tradition of Indian culture. In Nalanda University, to study in Nalanda University, one of the Buddhist monk by name Dharma Swami came all the way to India. By the time Afghans have already invaded India. So they used to study in a private room with a small lamp so that none of the other people should know that these two people are discussing. Whenever they used to hear the sounds of horses coming on the way, this Dharma Swami, whose guru was Rahula Shabara, he used to carry that Rahula Shabara on his shoulder because he was a very old monk. He used to carry that Rahula Shabara on his shoulder and run away to the forest. Once the horses move out of the city, then he used to bring back the teacher, make him sit, and again he used to leer. Hours together, no sleep. I think none of the students will do for the present day teachers. I think, do they have that respect? I doubt. You may differ, but it's my doubt. And one more story which I have read and have long back. One of the Buddhist monks wanted original scriptures that were kept in Nalanda University. Do you know? He traveled 3,000 miles for 3 years to come to India on foot. Without a flight, we never think of going to America for the sake of education. But here is a monk who wanted to see the original scriptures of Buddhist philosophy. He took 3 years, traveling 3,000 to 4,000 miles, walking all the way from China to India to learn. That is the meaning of loving knowledge for the sake of knowledge. I very rarely see teachers. Please don't misunderstand me. I also have come through a schooling. I also now mentor many of the youths in my Balak Sangha Youth Sangha. We are also running schools. We run a school just 35 kilometers from here. If you know anybody from Bangalore, they know Bannerghatta National Park. If you travel 10 kilometers inside the forest, every day, many wild animals come near my room. Elephants, buffaloes, leopard. You can visit my place if you have time. So we are also running a school inside the forest. But this seeking knowledge, the love for knowledge, and undergoing any hardship for this knowledge is one of the principles, main principle of any education system. And the last point is to preserve knowledge for the sake of posterity. We have to preserve that we have inherited from our generations. To give an example, in one of the American universities, there are a lot of universities with respect to India also, but I remember one of the universities that happened when I was reading history, I came across this incident. I do read a bit of history because it is one of my favorite subjects. In Yale University, they write as Y-A-L-E, but they pronounce it as Yale, not Yale. Yale University in America, during the civil wars, the principal, I think his name was Yavel, Mr. Yavel, was the principal of the Yale University in America. Due to civil war, now due to pandemic, we were closed for approximately 2 years. In our schools, we did not close because it's inside the forest. All the children, they have that seeking knowledge is there in the village boys. They all, without bell, they will be there by 8:15. Without giving bell, they will not go out of the campus. If 3:30 bell rings, nobody is worried of going home. They all stay till 7:30. We have to push them. Hey, please go, it's already 7:30. You are living near a forest, please go. These children are so free inside our campus. You please visit once. In the same way here, we taught them in the temple campus, where we have one small temple, a big temple inside the forest. We took the children there and taught them without taking them in the classrooms. We have run the school in spite of pandemic. There was no pandemic in our Shivanad. So here, Mr. Evel, what he did was, for 4 long years, during those seminars, 4 long years, this principal, suppose, let us say that he used to come to the college at 9. He was there at 9. He used to ring the bell every 1 hour. Though there was no student, no teachers, no peon, except the principal, nobody in the college, but still this Evel was ringing the bell for 4 long years every 1 hour. From 9 to 5, as like a seminar, he was there in the college because he wanted to preserve the knowledge, because nahi gnane sadrisham pavitramiha vidyate. Principal should have the ideal in life. Please don't misunderstand me. I am of that nature. We should have an ideal, a highest ideal. We have to pursue. Don't think that philosophy and ideals are very high. It cannot be. It's not possible to pursue in this world. I very much differ from that point, because I myself am doing this for past 25 years, not 1 or 2 years. I very much believe in a philosophy, a high philosophy, and I can very much assure you it's all practical and it can be practiced if we have the will to do it. Coming to the last part, only 5 minutes left, it's already 12 now. Coming to the last point, when we speak of morality, ethics, of course, this very word ethics is not there in Indian scriptures. We say dharma. Our word is dharma. Anyway, we have to use for practicality this word value and ethics. Value has a lot of problem, of course, with respect to philosophy. When we say moral or morality, many young men in the colleges, they ask, Swamiji, why should we be moral? Because when I was reading some of the things regarding Veerappan, his case study, I was just for the sake of psychology, I was studying the case of Veerappan. Many people seek happiness. This is not in this world. We seek happiness. Veerappan, as I read it, was very happy when he tortures somebody. If you say happiness is the goal of life, then for Veerappan, torturing people is the goal of life, because through that he seeks happiness. So happiness cannot be the goal of life, because happiness is always relative, cannot be made absolute. So when you say to be a moral, it is to gain happiness, then that philosophy we cannot accept, because happiness is relative. When you take morality aspect, why should I help somebody? Why should I be a moral person? The very fact is, why I should be moral? Because being immoral, you are injuring yourself. By hating somebody, you are hating yourself. By torturing somebody, you are injuring yourself. You are torturing yourself, because there is only one existence in the whole world. There is no dual existence. The truth is always in Satyameva Jayate. That I wanted to ask, that is the motto of our Indian nation. Is it not? Satyameva Jayate, but none of them believe it. Being the citizens of this country, we don't believe in Satyameva Jayate. I have visited thousands of colleges. The very first question I ask is, do you believe in Satyameva Jayate? Swamiji, it will not happen, Swamiji. Then how come you have accepted that as the motto of our whole country? Not just 1 or 2 people. Satyameva Jayate, that is you should be conviction of all the teachers and principals. Through their life, the children will understand, yes, Satyameva Jayate. So, when coming to, why should I not be moral? Why should I torture somebody? Because there is only one existence in the whole world. It is you in the form of that person reflecting in front of you. Injuring him, you are injuring yourself. injuring somebody, telling a lie, is telling lie to myself. There are so many things connected with that. I will just conclude, under 2 minutes left. I will conclude with one small story of Swami Vivekananda. When Swami Vivekananda was there in Belur Math, Calcutta, after his 4 long years and later 1.5 years in the West, when he came back to India, one of the famous journalists of those times by name Ganesh, and accompanied by one of a Punjabi journalists, they came to visit Swami Vivekananda in Calcutta. When they came there, they wanted actually especially discuss about Advaita Vedanta, which preaches oneness of the existence. In the course of talk, Swami Vivekananda asked him, because he was a journalist, can you give the details of the central India, people who are dying due to famine? I think many people may be knowing, may not be knowing, but for your information, the people who died in the British rule in India are much more than people who died in 2 world wars. You should know that. People who died due to so much Churchill, they said, what Churchill? People who died in our country due to famine are more than people who died in 2 world wars. 14 to 18, 38 to 44. So Swamiji was so much concerned about the people. So he asked, what about the central India famine? In Maharashtra, 1.7 lakh, nearly 2 lakh people died due to plague. That's a historical record. Somebody is busy on the phone. So, when such was the condition, Swamiji was asking, can you give some information regarding the central famine? Then Ganesh started with that different statistical. He gave Swamiji all the data. Then it took some 2 hours discussing. After 2 hours, Ganesh had wanted to go out. He said, Swamiji, it's already time up, I'm moving. But it's very unfortunate, Swamiji, that I particularly came to speak regarding Advaita Vedanta, that too in Sanskrit. But unfortunately, we talked about mundane things. He said, it's all mundane and worldly. So it's all mundane things, Swamiji. I could not talk. Sorry, Swamiji. Then Swami Vivekananda told him, do you know, Ganesh, do you know what is my Vedanta is? Swamiji, what's your explanation of Vedanta? Swamiji says, until unless, especially in India, connected with whole world, but especially in India, even a dog, if it dies due to hunger, giving food to that dog is my Vedanta. I'm not interested in discussing Vedanta. Practice it. Lack of practicing in this world is the main problem. Is all these ethics principles. We talk too much. No, please don't talk much. I'm asked to come here and speak. That's why I'm speaking. Please don't speak much about all these things. Practice it in your life. At least one person will be inspired by it. At least one fool in this world is at least me. And finally, before concluding, Amrit Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. We hoisted the tricolor flag. Please remember, make your children understand that when you hoisted the flag, we are hoisting that flag on the dead bodies of 6.5 lakh people who sacrificed our country. I say we simply did not hoist that flag. 6.5 lakh people have sacrificed for 1947 August 15. A Tiranga kaisa banaya? Dead bodies of 6.5 lakh people who sacrificed by my country, and we are trying to celebrate for 75 long years. But many of our children are not at all aware that we are standing on a dead body of 6.5 lakh people and hoisting the flag. Many stories. I went to Kargil, etc. There are many stories for sacrifice. Just we are sitting in this wonderful auditorium in Bangalore, such a wonderful place created by the Vice Chancellor of Jayanta University. But please understand, we have a college, a school in Indian-China border in Alo. To get a diesel, we have to travel 20 hours, come to Guwahati, pick up a diesel and go back. After Modi has come, we have to travel 8 hours on Brahmaputra and another 12 hours on the road. Yes, after central government has taken a lot of initiative in northeastern states, now they have built that we have 8 hours is reduced to 11 minutes. There's so many things that going to happen in this country. So talking about these things is not my aim. Living the life is the aim. That's why, concluding, I want to give a statement by Einstein. He says, 100 times, please listen it carefully, please. I know you are listening, but just to bring your attention towards more. 100 times every day, I remind myself that my inner and outer life depend on the labors of other man, living and dead, not only living, but living and dead. And that I must exert myself in order to give in the same measure as I have received and I'm still receiving. That's why with those ideas, let us try to inculcate those ideas in our young children so that we have a bright future in India. With this, and thanking one and all, I conclude with a big thanks. Namaste.
Thank you, sir, for such useful insights. I'll ask you to remain on the dais. Now I'd like to invite Rajendra Prasad, President of PSPF, Ashok Pandey, Honorary President, PSPF, and BSN Murthy, Vice President, PSPF, to facilitate our guest speaker. I'm sure you guys are a bit tired. Let's have a quick break of 15 minutes. Tea and snacks will be provided outside. And after that, we will be having a Zoom meeting as well. So can you be back within 15 minutes? Thank you.
Just invoking Swamiji, 15 minutes, value-based time. So if you're back, the Zoom call, the next speaker is waiting in the United States of America. And I hope Swamiji's words will ring. So nobody has got up even. Please get up and come back fast. Thank you.
Ma'am, you are in channel 2. Can you switch to channel 3 and speak, ma'am? Then only the volunteers will get to know. Ma'am, we are in channel 2, only for me and Anissa. I think you have to switch to channel 3. Yes, ma'am.
ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ ಸರ್? ಸರ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಎಕೋ ಹೊಡಿತಿದೆ. ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಫೋನ್ ಇದೆ, ಒಂದ್ ನಿಮಿಷ ಇರಿ, ಒಂದ್ ನಿಮಿಷ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್. ಅದು ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡಿ, ಅದನ್ನ ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ ಮೇಡಮ್? ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ ಸರ್? ಈಗ ಚೆಕ್ ಸರ್, ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ? ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ ಸರ್? ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ? ಹಲೋ, ಚೆಕ್ ಚೆಕ್. ಪೋಡಿಯಂ ಮೈಕ್ ಆನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾ?
ಎರಡು ಆನ್ ಇದೆ.
ಚೆಕ್. ಹಲೋ, ಚೆಕ್ ಚೆಕ್. So is it fine? No echo, right? Yes, sir. ಹೇಳಿ ಸರ್. ಹೇಳಿ ಸರ್. ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತದೆ ಹೇಳಿ. ಹಾಂ ಸರ್, ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಟಾಪ್ ಅನ್ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಓಕೆ. ಯಾವುದು ಜೂಮ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಈ ಮೈಕ್? ಇದು ಇದು ಓಪನ್ ಇರಲಿ, ಇದು ಆನ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಇರಲಿ. ಇದು ಓಕೆ, ಅನ್ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮೈ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಅಂತ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ನಾನೇ ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ದ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಸರ್. Now it will be stopped. Okay sir, ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ ಸರ್? ಓಕೆ, ಈಚೆ ಹೊರಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀನಿ ಸರ್. ನನ್ನ ಫೋನ್ ಏನು ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ? ಫೋನ್ ತಗೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ? ಫೋನ್ ಏನು ಬೇಕಾ? ಬೇಡಲ್ಲ? ಓಕೆ ಸರ್. ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ, ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇಟ್ಟಿರ್ತೀನಿ.
So guys, now let's test our web app. So in this laptop, the match is seen like live cricket match over there, and this is our web app, and this is our WizGear, which is connected to SmartLight.
So the teams, there are two teams, Chennai Super Kings and Rajasthan Royals.
Let's wait for a 6 or a 4 or a double, okay? Ooh, it's a 6. Okay, he hit a 6, and so the alert message has come, and hence the smart light is glowing green.
Alexa, मला रेनबो कलर्स दाखव.
Okay.
Hello. Yeah, hello. Tony. Hi, Tony. How are you? You're muted, Tony. Tony, can you unmute yourself? Or you can't?
Okay, hello? Ashok? Can you hear me?
Yes, I see.
Okay.
Oh, there you are. I think there is something.
So Ashok, do I start? So I'm on standby, just waiting for instructions.
Yeah. Tony, can you hear me?
I can hear you now, yes.
Okay, okay.
Yes, I'll-
Oh, that's great. Just give me a minute and then
Sure.
and then you'll be speaking. So,
Okay.
ladies and gentlemen, we have a very special guest from Seattle, USA, and a great friend of mine, Dr. Tony Devine. He is Vice President of the Global Peace Foundation and actively involved in training teachers and principals in transforming education, youth building, and taking education to the real 21st century level. He is working besides USA in Ireland, Kenya, Ghana, India, Philippines, and a host of other countries. I'm grateful to you, Tony, for accepting our invitation. And you'll be happy to know that more than 200 people physically present in this hall and many more online are waiting to listen to you. You have around 20 to 25 minutes to speak. If time and technology permits, I'll ask you a couple of questions. Thank you, Tony. Over to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ashok. Really great honor and pleasure to be with all of you here today. Could you enable screen sharing so I can show a PowerPoint to accompany my remarks, if that would be okay? While that's happening, I really wanted to thank you, Ashok, and also it's been a great pleasure to be engaging with Rajendra Prasad, the president of PSPA, and the Private School Principals Association, Dayananda Sagar University, and to all the distinguished thought leaders and the great school principals who are participating, in this conference. So I'd like to start with, let me share my screen here. Hopefully this will work. Here we go. I'm going to go to slideshow. And here we go. Can you just confirm you can see the screen there okay?
Yes, sir.
Ashok? Okay, perfect. All right. So we are preparing our goal here, right, as educators, as school principals who are participating in this very, very important national conference, is to prepare students to create a peaceful and flourishing 21st century civilization. And I think Indian educators have a real granular sense of this statement. And when we look at our world, we really do have pressing problems that our student graduates need to actually be empowered and have the skills, the wherewithal, the values to bring about those kind of solutions. And we're talking about student graduates with the moral and innovative leadership competencies to harness their creative ingenuity and bring about transformative change in all sectors of society so that we end up with a prosperous future for all. And as education stakeholders, we have to recognize that our world is changing very rapidly. On the economic side, scientific knowledge is creating so many new opportunities and solutions that can enrich our lives, while at the same time fueling disruptive waves of change in every sector. I think we're all very much aware of that. When we look at the social side of things, in large parts of the world, inequalities in living standards and life chances are widening.
while conflict, instability, and inertia are increasing. And on the environmental side, climate change and the depletion of natural resources requires our urgent action and adaptation. The point here is that our student graduates have to deal with all of this stuff, right? And we have to really like empower them and give them the kind of education that is transformative so that they in turn can bring about creative transformative solutions. I think another part of our work here is preparing youth for future employment readiness. We are entering now, and we have already entered the fourth industrial revolution. We have already launched Web 3.0, exponential technologies, the integration of cyber and physical systems, artificial intelligence, automation, cyber currencies, augmented human skills. And all of this, right? Oftentimes the question comes up, where does the human being fit in this new world? Well, the human being is very central to all of this because human beings are the ones who create technology. Technology is a tool, after all, a very advanced tool now in the 21st century, but still human beings, we need all of this to be guided by values, critical thinking, and those important value judgments. But we also have to prepare youth for existing employment prospects as well. Not everyone can be an engineer, not everyone can be a professor, right? So we also need like diversified strategies with demand-driven training in targeted sectors that have high growth potential, and also to assess the essential life skills and entrepreneurship training. This is really important. We need to be creating a new group of graduates who are job creators, right? Rather than just waiting around to fill a job, but they can actually create these small businesses and so on. In the case of Global Peace Foundation, several years back, we launched an initiative called Leap Hubs, which are entrepreneurship and leadership hubs in secondary schools. And we're expanding that now into vocational schools as well in some of the countries where we're working. So technical, vocational, and educational training, TVET, I know this is really big in India, is very important, right? Along with the, the computer science and all the other areas as well. I think it's also like important that we all recognize that where we are right now in the 21st century, that education is no longer operating in silos. We need different inputs from different sectors, and this is why we hear a lot of talk and conversation about the ecosystem approach. So this is where public, private, and social partners come together, right, and give the inputs, the critical inputs that are needed to create the kind of graduates that we're talking about here. So this is a whole of society approach, bridging schools, communities, employers, and different parts of the community as well. So the education system is part of a larger ecosystem with shared responsibility and focused on collective action. This is a kind of an example here of an emerging education system that got mapped out by the OECD, the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, Learning Compass 2030. This is a vision of education going towards 2030. So let me just focus in on a few points here, right? So in terms of features, if you look at the top line here, the education system, the traditional education system is an independent entity, but the education system embodying the new normal, so to speak, is one that is part of a larger ecosystem. If you look at the second row here, in terms of responsibility and stakeholder engagement, in the traditional system, the decisions are based on a selected group of people and thus become held accountable and responsible for the decisions made.
But in the new system, decision-making and responsibilities are shared among stakeholders. I just want to also mention the third row here, the approach to effectiveness and quality of the school experience. In the traditional system, outcomes are valued most, such as student performance and final exams and so on. But in the modern system that we're talking about here, valuing is not just only on outcomes, but also the process as well. So in addition to student performance and student achievements, students are learning, we're focusing on students' learning experiences that are in and of themselves recognized as having intrinsic value. So it's more of a holistic student well-being approach that we're talking about here. I will share the presentation with all of you, so I won't go into the rest of this chart here because of lack of time. OECD also came up with a few different visions of the future of education, and one of them that I really like is the idea of educational institutions as learning hubs. So this is where, like, the school wall, so to speak, that connects schools to their communities are coming, you know, this is the idea of the walls coming down, right? And, you know, favoring ever-changing forms of learning, civic engagement, and social innovation as well. And also, the idea that schools are the centerpiece of a wider, dynamically evolving local education systems, mapping learning opportunities across interconnected networks and educational spaces. So again, it's this real-time connecting education to the demands of the new world that we're in front of. So education is keeping up with the changes going on in the world around us. And this is a project I just want to highlight here that we initiated a few years ago. It's called Great Places to School. The idea behind this is that, you know, the traditional way of how one school is compared to another school in much of the world is based on performance of annual national exams, right? How students perform academically. But in the Great Places to School, there's a whole set of other rankings that schools can compete in and showcase how they're performing in addition to academic excellence in terms of, you know, cultivating global competence, in terms of nurturing value, skills, and character, in terms of climate action, career guidance, and workforce readiness, in terms of developing transformative technology and digital skills, and several other areas as well. This is something that has really taken off in Kenya, for example, over the last couple of years. We're in the third year of this right now, and schools are getting awarded. It's on national TV. It's become quite a big thing, in fact. This is a few points from the OECD Learning Compass 2030 that I'm privileged to be part of. It's focused on what is the knowledge, the skills, the attitudes, and values that today's students will need in order to thrive and shape their world, and how then can educational systems develop this new type of knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values effectively. The goal here is that students who are best prepared for the future are change agents in and of themselves. So these are actors who can have a positive impact on their surroundings and who can actually influence the future, along with many other outcomes as well. And, you know, this comes right down to, I think, a very fundamental point of our conference here today, right, in terms of the theory of change, because we hear the word transformation a lot. In fact, at the UN's General Assembly next month on September 19th, they're putting on a global summit for one day. It's called the Transforming Education Summit, right? So what do we mean by transformation here? So, you know, in order to transform systems, right, and schools and classrooms, first thing you have to do is transform the educators.
When the educators are transformed, they in turn transform the school culture, and then students are transformed. And they actually then like being in school. They like to be engaged. They look forward to being in school, right? Because they're actually coming to transform adults, right, in the school. And this is where I really like the motto of the India Private School Principals Association, that better leaders create better schools. This is what we're talking about here. I think you guys have got it right here, right? That it's not just the school, it's the leaders. It's about leadership at the end of the day, right? Better leaders do, in fact, create better schools. So let's dig into this a little bit deeper, right? So to change anything around you begins with transforming yourself, right? So I know we have many school principals, right, participating in this important two-day conference, right? And I'm sure you're going to be discussing many different strategies, structural issues, and so on. But, let me tell you this, that the fastest way to transform your school is transform yourself. And this is work that all of us have to do every single day, every single week. The more we do this, the more things around us change as well, right? And, this is also recognizing the fact that each one of us have infinite potential, right? We should not be thinking that we have plateaued out, that we have nothing new to actually give, right? That's not true at all, because we do in fact have infinite potential and capacity as human beings. And the more we can master ourselves, then the more we can do incredible things, right? And create that kind of fulfillment that I think is really like the core of everything. And it's also about continuous growth and development, not just for the students. We want the students to be continuing growing and developing, but also the educators as well, right? And, those of you who actually exercise and you might do strength training, the way you build muscles, for example, is that you have to stress them. They won't grow unless they're stressed. Then you rest, and then the muscles grow, right? So I'm sure many of you face stress and challenges, right? In running schools, it's kind of part of the equation. But instead of resisting that, welcome that, because this is really an opportunity to grow. Without that, you don't grow yourself. And in turn, you don't actually transform, the teachers that are under you, right? And especially the students, the parents, and so on and so forth. So this is really important, not just for the students, but for us, the educators, as well. And here again, it's about having that vision of a positive growth mindset, a vision that's guided by principles and values. And clarity is also really important, right? The more clear we can be, the more effective we can be, right? And also to think of mission possible, right? We are dealing with very challenging times. I know India has introduced a new Education Act that everyone is trying to figure out, how do we actually realize the vision of that? So a lot of challenges, a lot of things to be worked out. I think this is in part why we're having this conference here today, to figure this stuff out, right? And to kind of have the resilience of not quitting, but that we will eventually, find a good solution to all of this. So, here we're talking about educators' impact on educational outcomes. So it is not just only about cognitive development, that is important, but it's about developing the whole person for future success. And it's also about developing great relationships, empathy, social and emotional learning, and developing the competencies and skills such as collaboration, creativity, problem solving, and communication. We hear these words a lot, right? They're easy to say, but to do it takes a lot of effort. And when we do actually do them and when we're effective at it, great things happen around us, right? And also, you know, in this world too, that core values are becoming more and more important to guide the new knowledge around us. And that's why in Global Peace Foundation, for over a decade, we've emphasized the central importance of character, right? Accompanied with creativity. And, you know, I was really delighted to, you know, be involved in this work for many decades, right? And, you know, when we turned into, I think, the beginning of the 21st century, probably about 10, 15 years ago, we started hearing a lot more about skills, right? Collaboration, problem solving, these kind of things, right? But in the last year or two, we're hearing a lot more conversations around the importance of core values, character, right? These areas were not considered that important in the not too distant past, but more and more, especially as we're dealing with exponential technologies, the character, the values are becoming more and more important to guide all of this stuff, right? This is becoming very, very important. And we've had some good speakers here today speaking about this. I really like this quote from John Wooden. He was an American basketball player and head coach at the University of California in Los Angeles. And he said, "Be more concerned with your character than your reputation, because your character is what you are, while your reputation is merely what others think you are." And oftentimes, like, we have a kind of like not a deep understanding of character. I like this effort by the John Templeton Foundation of expanding a little bit more deeply what we mean by character and the different dimensions of character. For example, moral character, right, on the left here. This is focusing on qualities that foster relationships. This is the world of generosity, forgiveness. Intellectual character is important for the qualities of a good learner and truth seeker. Examples of this are intellectual humility and curiosity. And by the way, you know, in speaking of humility, that's a leadership skill, a very important leadership skill. And in fact, I think great leaders out there are probably the most humblest of all, because they always recognize there's something new to learn. And we also have civic character and performance character as well. So this is a very important area, right? And then, of course, very practically, in this era, everyone has to be continuous learners. It's not just the students who have to be continuously learning, but the educators have to be continuously learning, right? You know, reading lots of books, that's a great thing to do, right? And to also diversify our knowledge, not just focusing on our area of speciality. I'm sure many of you read lots of books on how to become a great school principal and so on, but also diversify beyond that too. And I like this idea of a T-shaped person, where you have deep knowledge and skills in one area, but also a broad base of general supporting knowledge and skills as well, along with interdisciplinary learning as well. So we want to see our students like this, but also the educators themselves as well, right? And again, here, it's all leading to this idea of developing educator agency. So what do we mean by teacher agency or school principal agency? So this is the belief that educators have the will and the ability to positively influence their students and school culture, and the capacity to initiate bottom-up innovation to affect change. So yes, I do recognize, right, education policies are important, right, this top-down approach, but that alone is not going to solve the problems for us. We also need to see tremendous innovation happening from the ground up as well, right across the board, involving the students, the parents, the teachers especially, and the school principal. I think a great thing a school principal can do is just let your teachers do their thing, right? Let them innovate and let them really, they're on the front line. They know what needs to get done, right? So let them unleash, right, their creativity. And just want to mention just a few more points here. I know my time is almost up here. Just want to mention about educators as moral leaders. What do we mean by an educator as a moral leader, online and offline? This is an educator who has the life arc of their students in mind, rather than looking at their students in terms of how they're going to perform in final exams. They have a much longer vision for their students, and as such, they will do everything they can to instill values, to be that role model, and to motivate students to learn, to grow, to engage, and to demonstrate genuine care for their students as well. And also, educators as innovative leaders, right? This is this education agency, teacher agency, school principal agency we've been talking about, and the idea of becoming designers of learning, becoming a master facilitator, unleashing creativity and curiosity, and motivating learning and so on, okay? And of course, this leads to students building their own agency, right? That they have the capacity to change the world and influence the world around us. So again, just in summarizing here, we're looking at again, this ecosystem approach, public, private, social partnerships, this whole of society approach leading to collective impact versus kind of individual impact or isolated impact. I just want to just give some recommendations for the new era of education transformation. A few points here: enhance access, develop quality of education and skills and development. So the quality is very important. And then invest in transformative competencies such as character, mindset, continuous development. The ecosystem approach to engaging cross-sector stakeholders, continuous professional development to improve the quality of education, and develop the quality of secondary, vocational, and tertiary institutions as well, and aligning curricula to at all levels to match the job market and society needs. There should not be a disconnect between what students are learning and where they're going to. This is this Transforming Education Summit I talked about that the UN is sponsoring. I'm really delighted about this on September 19th. There's a link here. I'm sure you know about it. And then on the Global Peace Foundation side, we're going to be sponsoring a very important Global Peace Leadership Conference, Indo-Pacific, in India in February 7th to 9th, 2023. There's going to be an entire Transforming Education track as part of that Global Peace Leadership Conference. And you'll be hearing more information and details about that in the very near future. So I just want to thank you, thank all of you for the honor and the opportunity to present some thoughts and share some thoughts with you here today. Really, thank you very much.
Thank you, Tony, for your very profound presentation. We will send you our virtual felicitations. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. You can clap for it.
Thank you. Why it is? Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just informed that we are running late by 45 minutes. And we did a brainstorming session and we found that it's very simple to cover up this time. And like we have asked for money from all our sponsors, I'm asking 5 to 6 minutes from each of our distinguished speakers. And if all of them donate these 6 minutes, we will be in time by the end of the day. And rest of you also have to donate 5 minutes during the lunch time. And therefore, without wasting any time, please come. And those who are going to introduce our speakers, please also keep your introduction to brief. Minimum, tell only the most profound part of our speakers. They're all great people. They're all very well known. And I'm sure they will not mind if their entire biodata is not read out. So here you are, please go ahead and let us cover up the time. Thank you very much.
Our next chief speaker is Dr. Sarvesh Naidu. He has a master's degree in English India and a doctorate in education tourism. He has a vast teaching and administration experience in both countries. CIAC.
Okay. So, our journey starts at a very simple front. I was traveling about 3 weeks ago between Ajmer and Jaipur on the highway, and I decided to stop for breakfast. Very simple exercise, nice looking sign, big dhaba, very tempting parathas. This is what I found. And I asked myself, do I really want to go to a place where they can't even get the basic meal names correct? Then I said, why not? It's nothing to do with the food. It's to do with the English. The thing that really happens, ladies and gentlemen, is that we tend to blame the educator, the school, the medium of instruction. We come up with the argument that we didn't study in an English medium school, and so on and so forth. But if you're talking about the topic, about going forward, going ahead, going into the future, then really it's not about the past. How does it matter whether we were taught English or we were not taught? How does it matter whether our spelling was correct or not? The most important thing is, in today's times, we can use technology and correct it. And all of us need to teach our children to take ownership. The owner of the dhaba has clearly stopped saying, I make great parathas, I make great food. And so how does it matter? He must have spent a few hundred rupees or maybe 1,000 rupees making that signage. And when I pointed it out to him, he said, Chalta hai na kya hai? Mere signboard ko khane ke liye thona aa raha hai, khana khane aa raha hai. They're just coming to eat my food. So see, it is the attitude that we need to get into our children's minds about what does it take to reach up there. And it's the same thing with the future. We keep talking about pedagogy, and apologies to those of you who use it regularly. I think it's a very outdated term. It explains itself. Okay, peda is for child. Okay, so we all are school educators, children, fair enough. But it is about teaching children, centering around the learning on the essential stages that a child must accomplish before being able to move on to the next stage. So it's an assumption. It's a confining approach that a child can only learn so much. Whereas there's andragogy, which is probably happening in universities like this. Andra, man, teaching adults centers around the learning of the necessary skills or knowledge to further personal and professional development. There's a little bit of openness, a little bit of choice making. That's what you find in universities. You come, you choose topics, you choose questions, thesis, research work, whatever it is, and then you take it forward. So we have actually moved on, even in school education, from pedagogy to andragogy. And the pandemic has helped us by leaps and bounds. Most of your children, whether you like it or not, learned or would have learned with or without your help and indulgence at heads of schools or with the teachers. They learn to get on with their lives and explore like never before. It is we, the educators, who haven't learned to let go. The children have moved on. I'm not going to go through all the details, but I think if you take 30 seconds to read, you will see that a lot of the aspects in pedagogy are on assumptions that the child is a contained brain and it can only take up so much. Nothing could be further from the truth. Many books have been written. One of the great ones was about everything that you wanted to know you learned between the ages of 0 to 6. And yet you look at it, the most underrated, the most lowly invested area of education is early childhood and primary school. We think you don't need qualified teachers. We think you don't need infrastructure. Our entire focus is on school graduation. What will happen in the 10th and what will happen in the 12th. Most of the time, the parents, first thing they ask you is which curriculum do you have, CBSE or whatever. And then they ask you, will your school prepare my child for the 10th or the 12th? And the poor child is only 3 years of age. And we're already drilling into the child's head what we as adults perceive rather than what the child perceives. We've already started stunting the child. It's not surprising that they drop out. I just read 2 days ago that in Assam, 34 schools are going to be closed. Why? Because not a single student passed in grade 10. So the government has decided to close 34 schools. Where is the problem? Is it the child? Is it the approach to learning? Is it the approach to teaching? What is the problem? Why do schools have to be closed? Why do children drop out after grade 8 and grade 5? Surely, if they go into a movie hall and they have to watch a movie, they will sit there engrossed as long as they have popcorn. They'll sit there and be engrossed, whatever is on the screen. They may not love it, but it's an attraction. Have you ever seen a child leave a pizza behind? Or a slice of pizza behind? They don't. Have you ever seen a child fall into a lake? How many cases of accidental death have you had of a child falling into a lake or a river? We are more worried about the other social evils that are making them commit suicide. All right? So children You can just put the net off. Okay. All right, so that's andragogy. I'll leave it to you to research. But there's a new term. It's not a new term at all. It's just been given an English name, but the concept has always been there, and that's heutagogy, the management of self-managed learners. And ladies and gentlemen, that is the mantra. It is a student-centered instructional strategy. It emphasizes the development of autonomy, capacity, and capability. It encourages you as educationists to recognize that no two of us are similar. We are very different. There are no two heads of schools here in this auditorium who can say we have been cloned. You will not accept it as heads of schools. You'll take objection to it. And yet, we do that with millions of children. Why? The whole mantra has shifted to heutagogy, not to pedagogy. Pedagogy is outdated, all right? Throw it out of the window, like a lot of things regarding technology, and move on to heutagogy. This helps you to understand a little more about the concept of heutagogy, the management of self-managed learners, all right? It tells you towards the 9 o'clock position, move to the world of the learner. Above that, it tells you knowledge-based future, where knowing how to learn is a fundamental skill. We are very hesitant to let a learner express his or her mind. We feel threatened in the classroom. If it is not a replica of what is in our brain, we think that the child is getting insolent. Whereas the child is beginning to express, and the pandemic has taught them to do that. There's no reversing. Adapt or find yourself challenged all the time. The child may not open his or her mouth, but is not listening to you either. And so many parents will now turn around and say that they're constantly being asked, why? Why should I do this? Why should I not do that? The why is hows, when, where. These are mantras that the child has in the brain. That's heutagogy working in the brain of the child. If the schools don't encourage that, who else will? If the parents don't encourage that, who else will? Of course they'll turn rebellious. Of course they'll switch off. This is why the owner of this dhaba refuses to change, because it's a fixation. Kar diya, this is it. What difference does it make? It makes a lot of difference. I'll show you a few examples as we go on. But you all know Howard Gardner and multiple intelligences. When he came up with the concepts in the 80s and 90s, it seemed as if he had revolutionized the education world. Most of us grew up like that. Maybe the schools were not like that. Maybe the schools were not encouraging that. But we were that. How many of you sitting in this auditorium don't have more than one intelligence? All right? You know, I'm a classic example. I played Ranji Trophy cricket for Rajasthan, and I've done my PhD in education. Do you ever correlate the two? I played 5 games, but I didn't do too badly in university. I got a ranking, I got a decent score in school, and I've done pretty well for myself, 43 years plus in education. Very proud of it. I must have been the only head of school who was paid by the Tata company when I was heading this school in Munnar to go and play cricket and tennis and golf for them and win trophies for the club and come back. And they used to sponsor me for that. And yet we are not even ready to do that for our children in school and for our teachers. I've grown up in a school where we had 5 Ranji Trophy players who were different teachers. They were not sports teachers. When I started teaching in the Doon School, we were 5 Ranji Trophy players teaching different subjects. We are full of multiple intelligences. Are the children getting those opportunities? That is the future of education, with or without you. Then there was Daniel Goleman, who spoke about emotional intelligence, the ability to understand and analyze someone's emotions and through it. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the most significant aspect of education deeply ignored. And this is what is leading thousands and lakhs of children into despair. A lack of recognition that they have emotions. It is leading our colleagues to despair. Lack of recognition that we can all be very emotionally charged. Emotionally charged doesn't mean being temperamental or argumentative. It is a feeling, and feeling brings a connect. That dhaba owner doesn't have a feeling with the signage. There is no connect. It is far better than IQ. We have all grown up in the world of IQ, intelligence quotient, measuring our IQ all the time and scores according to that. But when you go into the world of employment, no one is looking at your degree anymore. They're not looking at your IQ. They talk to you face to face and in 2 minutes decide, your heads of schools, tell me, how much time do you spend looking at the CV of your applicants? And how much is dependent on your face-to-face interaction in 2 minutes on Zoom or where's across the table where you're seated? In fact, in modern day times, heads of school shouldn't even be talking to people across the table. They should be sitting at a sofa set and bringing about an equation of two brains and not a barrier across the table. That's emotional intelligence. So emotional intelligence that Daniel Goleman came up with again in the 90s was very significant, and it dovetailed into Howard Gardner. Research all these things. If you're familiar with it, please try and put it into practice. This is what emotional intelligence does. It also encompasses the social quotient. I made you do a little bit of a social quotient, shake hands with each other, say hello, there's that. Hello, we've come long distances from different parts of the country. What's the harm in just reaching up and reaching out to someone we don't know, as opposed to people we do know? Communication quotient. Communication is so important. And it's really important that we recognize that it is a two-way channel. It's like a telephone line. If you talk on the phone and the other side, there's no connection, you're talking to yourself. It's a monologue. But we want a dialogue. We want someone to listen to us when we talk. So it's a communication quotient. Learning how to say what, where, how much, when, where, whatever. The passion quotient. If we don't have the energy, we don't connect with what we want to do, really, it's not going to get us much. And the children have to be taught to get passionate. But they will get passionate when they connect with it. Try and take a pizza slice away from a 3-year-old child, and the passion quotient comes out at its peak. Okay? And then, of course, is the well-being quotient, and even more important, the happiness quotient. Every school leader must try and figure out, how do you make your staff and your children happy? Happiness is not about giving in. It's not about turning lenient. It's not about turning soft. Happiness about tranquility and a balance of mind and intellect and emotions. This is what finally the NEP, I've just got a few things. 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. It all sounds like new magical numbers. They're not. Except that I'm so happy that 5 plus 3, 8 years of focus has finally come in to the learning of a child before you come into middle school and senior school. So very important. I've only selected 4 points. Activity-based, regional languages, no demarcation streams for science, commerce, and arts in 11th and 12th. and digital learning and technological teaching equipment. But these are only few of many points laid out. But actually the NEP is only encompassing the Daniel Goldmans, the Howard Gardners, and everyone else. They have finally shown care for the child, focus on the child, focus on the learner. This is what it's trying to do. No? And most importantly, at about 8 o'clock position down there, learning outcomes. Whatever we are getting the children to learn, what are the outcomes? Why are they learning it? Is there even a connect between the real world and the book or the textbook or the curriculum? Are we teaching just because it's there in the book? Are we teaching because there's a connection between what's there in the book and in the real life outside? And are the teachers going to be penalized by the leaders, the heads of schools, for going out of the syllabus? What is going out of the syllabus? What is the syllabus? What is the curriculum? Isn't it the world around us? That is the curriculum. They say that by 2030, 75% of the jobs that exist today will have either gone redundant or got modified so much that the mantras are going to be teaching learners to learn how to learn. Give them, empower them how to learn by themselves. Don't feel so powerful that without me, the school cannot run, the learner cannot learn in the classroom. Break away from that. Help them to adapt, help them to change, to explore new avenues, to unlearn and relearn. That is heutagogy, ladies and gentlemen. All right? That is the mantra. I told you during the pandemic, the education world turned inside out. Okay, there are deficiencies. Maybe in 2 years they missed out. There are lots of gaps in their learning. But they've all survived. They haven't done too badly. And so did your teachers. And schools which didn't even have laptops and gadgets and connectivity all jumped to it. And everyone adapted, everyone changed. Look at the way people are working from home now in the corporate world. They're not doing too badly and things. Adaptation and change. If we don't change, the world will move on. We will get left behind. Our children will get left behind. Which is why you get signs like this. You say, keep in on a dustbin. Okay, who's going to keep it in? The dustbin is going to pick the kachra up. If it has to be kept in, then someone has to put it in there. So linguistically, the thought is there, but the communication is poor. Would you like to eat a meal for lunch made out of a witch, made out of sand? These are actual signs. These are actual signs. I love to take pictures on the roadside and take these pictures. Look at that in Gurgaon. Do not urine and garbage. Hindi is correct. If you read below that, it's perfect. But the English is all garbage. But it takes 10 seconds to go onto the phone and to get it corrected linguistically. That's all. It's a pride of reaching somewhere. And finally, here's a choice to all of you. How many you have to raise your hands? How many of you would go to this beauty parlor? Please be honest. Would you go to a beauty parlor saying, good luck? Or you really wonder what are they going to do with you? And you'd rather not go there. The intentions are good. It is just that somewhere people have missed the bus. And our children are actually more discerning. They are sharper at noticing these things than we realize. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that this makes a little more sense to you, that we need to keep innovating and keep adapting. And education is no longer, honestly, I feel so happy. My white beard shows that I did my schooling a long time ago. And I'm happy that those were times when whether you got the marks or you didn't, you still saw a future, you still saw a prospect in life. I feel very sorry, and I wouldn't want to go through schooling now, where even after 98%, I'm told there is no place for you in university or on the job front. Okay, it's really a sad state. We, the educators, must do something about it, because if we don't do it in school, I can't see the universities doing it. Honestly, I really don't see. I was fortunate. My university took me in for my cricket and my tennis and my swimming and my squash and everything else. I hate to think of going to a university where none of this would have been in my life. I don't think I would have seen this age. I would have probably jumped off the cliff a long time ago. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for such useful insights. So now I'd like to call upon Mrs. Archana Gaba. Mrs. Archana Gaba, the principal of Saint Kabir Gurukul, Jalalabad, Punjab, and Dr. Savita Arora, principal of Bharati Private School, New Delhi.
So as the felicitation is going on, I have a good news, and that is Professor Rishikesh, who is already here. He is our next distinguished speaker. He has agreed that we can have lunch peacefully, and we come back and then he will have his talk post-lunch. So we have to reciprocate it by having a fast lunch. And my president has just whispered in my ears that all of you please keep your bags and belongings here as a mark of an assurance that you will come back after lunch. Thank you very much. Thank you, Suresh. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much.
So, lunch is served, Miraj sir. Where? Lunch is this side. Okay. So please open the door and let me see. Lunch is on this side, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Please explain. Yeah.
So the lunch is being served in the food court, which is on your left-hand side, and the student volunteers over there are going to direct you to the food court.
Student volunteers.
Yes.
Oh, very good. Excellent.
Bengaluru, that counts as the third top startup city across the globe, opens up a new and exciting opportunity for all innovators to come on board at the Dayananda Sagar University. Founded by late Sri R. Dayananda Sagar and late Dr. Chandrama Sagar, Dayananda Sagar Institutions is into education and healthcare for over 6 decades. DSI is today considered a center of excellence in producing students with exceptional academic skills and leadership qualities. DSI is now headed by Dr. D. Hemachandra Sagar and Dr. D. Premachandra Sagar. This leadership has successfully managed and excelled in ensuring excellence in all of its offerings. This great foundation ensured DSI to be invited by the Karnataka state government to set up a private university in the state. DSU could be among the very few campuses in the country to have a well-planned startup village that houses innovation labs supported by industry leaders. DSU provides a platform to visionaries and inventors to experiment their ideas. Globally reputed MNCs that include Autodesk, Bosch Atos, IBM, GE, VMware, NVIDIA, and Boston Bosch Rexroth, Dassault Systems are now part of the DSU initiatives. These companies have invested vast resources to create a one-of-its-kind facility to be used by the community. Joining this great movement is the support from industry bodies, Indian Electronics and Semiconductors Association, Manufacturers Association of India, and Indian Institute of Science in Bengaluru. The Startup Village will now receive guidance from Arizona State University, Rochester Institute of Technology, and Illinois Institute of Technology, Chicago. With a reputation for innovation, are strong backers of the DSU initiatives. Distinguished individuals from industry, academics, research, government are lined up to mentor each of the entrepreneurial ideas to ensure all good ideas meet with success. A bouquet of specialists on call, patent lawyers to accountants, costing and taxation specialists, company secretaries, procurement engineers, bankers, designers, packaging specialists, logistics experts is one more feature of the DSU campus. Every year, groups of individuals enter the DSU portals with a burning passion and a dream to achieve. With the combined support and resources at their command, they are now sure to walk out of the DSU campus as owners of the companies enlisted on the National Stock Exchange and a university degree. The ecosystem created by DSU can now accommodate 300 enterprises and welcomes the community to take advantage of this great option and work towards making India a strong manufacturing nation. For passionate and innovative youth, Bengaluru is the place to be. And presenting
Dayanand Sagar University. Live the dream.
Bengaluru, that counts as the third top startup city across the globe, opens up a new and Bengaluru, that counts as the third top startup city across the globe, opens up a new and exciting opportunity for all innovators. Sagar, Dayananda Sagar Institutions is into education and excellence in producing students with exceptional academic skills and leadership qualities. DSI is now headed by Dr. D. Hemachandra Sagar and Dr. D. Premachandra Sagar. This leadership has successfully managed and excelled in ensuring Bengaluru, that counts as the third top startup city across the globe, opens up a new and exciting opportunity for all innovators to come on board at the Dayananda Sagar University. Founded by late Sri R. Dayananda Sagar and late Dr. Chandra Sagar, Dayananda Sagar Institutions is into education and healthcare for over 6 decades. DSI is today considered a center of excellence in producing students with exceptional academic skills and leadership qualities. DSI is now headed by Dr. D. Hemachandra Sagar and Dr. D. Premachandra Sagar. This leadership has successfully managed and excelled in ensuring excellence in all of its offerings. This great foundation ensured DSI to be invited by the Karnataka state government to set up a private university in the state. DSU could be among the very few campuses in the country to have a well-planned startup village that houses innovation labs supported by industry leaders. DSU provides a platform to visionaries and inventors to experiment their ideas. Globally reputed MNCs that include Autodesk, Bosch Etas, IBM, GE, VMware, NVIDIA and Boston, Bosch Rexroth, Dassault Systems are now part of the DSU initiatives. These companies have invested vast resources to create a one-of-its-kind facility to be used by the community. Joining this great movement is the support from industry bodies, Indian Electronics and Semiconductors Association, Manufacturers Association of India, and Indian Institute of Science in Bengaluru. The Startup Village will now receive guidance from Arizona State University, Rochester Institute of Technology, and Illinois Institute of Technology, Chicago. With a reputation for innovation, are strong backers of the DSU initiatives. Distinguished individuals from industry, academics, research, government are lined up to mentor each of the entrepreneurial ideas to ensure all good ideas meet with success. A bouquet of specialists on call, patent lawyers to accountants, costing and taxation specialists, company secretaries, procurement engineers, bankers, designers, packaging specialists, logistics experts is one more feature of the DSU campus. Every year, groups of individuals enter the DSU portals with a burning passion and a dream to achieve. With the combined support and resources at their command, they are now sure to walk out of the DSU campus as owners of the companies enlisted on the National Stock Exchange and a university degree. The ecosystem created by DSU can now accommodate 300 enterprises and welcomes the community to take advantage of this great option and work towards making India a strong manufacturing nation. For passionate and innovative youth, Bengaluru is the place to be. and presenting
Dayanand Sagar University. Live the dream.
Bengaluru, that counts as the third top startup city across the globe, opens up a new and exciting opportunity for all innovators to come on board at the Dayananda Sagar University. Founded by late Sri R. Dayananda Sagar and late Dr. Chandra Masagar, Dayananda Sagar Institutions is into education and healthcare for over 6 decades. DSI is today considered a center of excellence in producing students with exceptional academic skills and leadership qualities. DSI is now headed by Dr. D. Hemachandra Sagar and Dr. D. Premachandra Sagar. This leadership has successfully managed and excelled in ensuring excellence in all of its offerings. This great foundation ensured DSI to be invited by the Karnataka state government to set up a private university in the state. DSU could be among the very few campuses in the country to have a well-planned startup village that houses innovation labs supported by industry leaders. DSU provides a platform to visionaries and inventors to experiment their ideas. Globally reputed MNCs that include Autodesk, Bosch Etos, IBM, GE, VMware, NVIDIA, and Boston Bosch Rexroth, Dassault Systems are now part of the DSU initiatives. These companies have invested vast resources to create a one-of-its-kind facility to be used by the community. Joining this great movement is the support from industry bodies, Indian Electronics and Semiconductors Association, Manufacturers Association of India, and Indian Institute of Science in Bengaluru. The Startup Village will now receive guidance from Arizona State University, Rochester Institute of Technology, and Illinois Institute of Technology, Chicago. With a reputation for innovation, are strong backers of the DSU initiatives. Distinguished individuals from industry, academics, research, government are lined up to mentor each of the entrepreneurial ideas to ensure all good ideas meet with success. A bouquet of specialists on call, patent lawyers to accountants, costing and taxation specialists, company secretaries, procurement engineers, bankers, designers, packaging specialists, logistics experts is one more feature of the DSU campus. Every year, groups of individuals enter the DSU portals with a burning passion and a dream to achieve. With the combined support and resources at their command, they are now sure to walk out of the DSU campus as owners of the companies enlisted on the National Stock Exchange and a university degree. The ecosystem created by DSU can now accommodate 300 enterprises and welcomes the community to take advantage of this great option and work towards making India a strong manufacturing nation. For passionate and innovative youth, Bengaluru is the place to be. And presenting
Dayanand Sagar University. Live the dream.
Bengaluru, that counts as the third top startup city across the globe, opens up a new and exciting opportunity for all innovators to come on board at the Dayananda Sagar University. Founded by late Sri R. Dayananda Sagar and late Dr. Chandra Masagar, Dayananda Sagar Institutions is into education and healthcare for over 6 decades. DSI is today considered a center of excellence in producing students with exceptional academic skills and leadership qualities. DSI is now headed by Dr. D. Hemachandra Sagar and Dr. D. Premachandra Sagar. This leadership has successfully managed and excelled in ensuring excellence in all of its offerings. This great foundation ensured DSI to be invited by the Karnataka state government to set up a private university in the state. DSU could be among the very few campuses in the country to have a well-planned startup village that houses innovation labs supported by industry leaders. DSU provides a platform to visionaries and inventors to experiment their ideas. Globally reputed MNCs that include Autodesk, Bosch Etos, IBM, GE, VMware, NVIDIA, and Boston Bosch Rexroth, Dassault Systems are now part of the DSU initiatives. These companies have invested vast resources to create a one-of-its-kind facility to be used by the community. Joining this great movement is the support from industry bodies, Indian Electronics and Semiconductors Association, Manufacturers Association of India, and Indian Institute of Science in Bengaluru. The Startup Village will now receive guidance from Arizona State University, Rochester Institute,
So if you want to subject to be units simplified, and for a particular team, it only for a specific subject which are focused. So this is basically the focus on the paradigm shift with regard to multidisciplinary holistic education. Analytical and creative thinking has to come from this. So how do we make our learning project based? How do we ensure that we bring in a lot of play, a lot of discovery? And finally, how do we ensure that this curriculum is a seamless one that goes all the way from the foundational stage to the secondary stage? Now, this is really what is going to be meaningful then as education that our school provides to our children. And hopefully we all together would then be able to create a very holistic learning environment in every single school that we are part of. So I will stop with this. I'm sorry, I think I took more than 25 minutes, but less than 32. But thank you so much for being patient and listening.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to call upon K.P. Brahman, sir, editor and publisher of various publications to solicit.
The file ready? Someone because this one. How does it? As senior entrepreneur, Simon founded his own bootstrap marketing agency in 2011. Over the years, the agency has worked on multiple successful product launches and marketing campaigns for brands such as Asian Paints, Amazon, Red Bull, Marico, and P&G. And this inspired Simon to launch his own consumer brand, Toing in 2016. A life skill-based children's toy brand, Toing was one of the first brands to launch live online workshops in 2020. When the lockdown started, the success of these creativity workshops led to the launch of XQ in 2021. And Simon is now looking to make video creation an integral part of the school's curriculum by offering a comprehensive learning solution for schools form of XQ video labs. I invite Mr. Simon Jacob to speak a few words.
Yeah. Start. First No, no. There is a video. The video we can. The sound will come. Right? Yes. Very good afternoon to all of you. It's a pleasure to be amongst principals from different parts of the country. What I'll do is I'll run a quick presentation about video making and why it's important for children. Let me start off with a video. Sound? I don't see a. Share sound. Share sound option.
अरे दाग ही तो है, इतना क्या डरने का, एक हाथ में निकल जाएगा।
एग्जैक्टली भाई, जब एशियन पेंट्स का एप्कोलाइट एडवांस्ड हो दीवारों पर तो दाग से क्या डरना।
So my background is that I've been running an ad agency for the last 11 years, and I love teaching kids. I've been teaching creativity to kids in school So we are a video. We are a video creators academy, and we teach children the art and science of video making. So we are in this world today where all of us consume immense amount of video content. My 77-year-old dad consumes around 2 to 3 hours of videos every day, and that's the world which we are living in. And what we feel is that teaching children how to make videos is the next step to the video literacy revolution, where consumption is always the first step, and then you get into creation. So the critical question which I ask principals when I meet is that why aren't we teaching video making to children in school itself, considering it's such an essential life skill? So our firm belief at XQ is that video creation is an essential 21st century life skill. It's not just for filmmakers. So when I meet principals a lot of times, the question is the child going to go into media? And my answer is no. This is for every single child in a school, that you need to teach them the ability to express using videos, because that's the world in which we are living. Now, do we teach writing only to children who want to become writers? We teach writing to every single child. And similarly, video making needs to be taught to every single child so that they can express themselves effectively. Now, what we at XQ believe is that video making should become part of the timetable, just like our computer lab is, or our art class is, so on and so forth. Let's take a look at some principles, what they have to say.
Video making is really important because it is a way of communication. Your communication is the difference between where you are and where you want to be. It is a great way to help children summarize the topic. You know, if you've studied something and if they want to make a video, unless and until they fit all the puzzles in their mind of that topic, they cannot make the video.
Not say that I'm not good at video making. If I'm not good at that, I'm maybe missing a great 21st century skill, that is communication skill.
Video making is helping a lot in the presentations of the ideas they come up with.
School is the place we teach them futuristic skills. And if we consider video making as the current as well as futuristic skills, obviously we'll have to get started as early as possible. Whether NEP was there or not, we should have done it.
The benefits of video making is largely that children become confident communicators. What we've seen in the last 2 years is that a child who makes the first video goes on to make a 20th video, goes on to make a 100th video. Their ability to communicate improves substantially. And this is extremely beneficial for all the introvert kids who won't typically participate in public speaking, debate, elocution, poetry recitation in a school. But the comfort of their homes, they are more than happy to make a video, delete the video, create a video again, till they are comfortable sharing it with the rest of the school or rest of the world. And in the process, they become confident communicators. The second aspect is that what we've seen is that they become engaged learners. So Professor Rishikesh talked about how do we get children to adopt newer ways of learning. And for me, video making is one such skill where to make a video, they need to make that entire topic compact, kind of fit it in their brain as to what they are going to speak about. In the process, their academics gets better. And the last part is that this is one of the most creative forms of expression. In the National Education Policy, there are 9 mentions of the word creativity. And according to me, filmmaking, video making is the pinnacle of creativity, and therefore is a great way for children to express themselves. Now for schools, this is what we've come out with, which is an interesting solution called a video lab. So just like a
science lab or a art lab, so on and so forth, the video lab looks like this. There's a small 15-seconder on how the video lab looks like. Volume. So I have two daughters aged 11 and 7. What I notice is that children love superheroes, they love magic, they love pranks. So as we were sitting and developing the curriculum to teach children, it struck me that it shouldn't be chapter 1, shooting, chapter 2, editing, so on and so forth. So we began to pick things which children love. And therefore, in this video, you will see a Harry Potter invisibility cloak, Superman flying, and a kid playing a prank. Volume.
Ancient Egyptian pyramids are one of the best examples of man-made architecture. The Sphinx, as you can see, has a face of a human, has a body of a lion, wings of a falcon.
So as you can see, green screen is integral to what we do, and we have multiple ways of making it exciting for a child. So you start off with fun topics and then integrate it into serious academics. Now, let's say you want to get children to learn Hindi. Now, that's my biggest challenge with my kids. I'm Desi to the core. I love Hindi, and my children speak Hindi in an American accent. So therefore, one of the things I began to do with them is start making Hindi videos, make news videos, green screen. If you tell them विशेषण का उपयोग करके एक न्यूज आइटम प्रस्तुत करो, then this is what they'll end up doing, which is using green screen and make it interesting. Now my final video, which is some more academic projects.
Now this is what's called the mark price of this product, and that's the selling price of this. That it's the discount percentage.
The pollen grains stick to the body of honeybees. When this bee sits on another flower of the same plant, it transfers the pollen grain to the stigma of that flower, resulting in self-pollination.
Today, I am giving a book review about this book, Little Woman by Louisa May Alcott. It's about these 4 March sisters. Now, this is the book that got me again into reading.
จะได้อะไร ถ้าเขาทำแบบนี้ทุกวัน เขาจะไม่ได้อะไรเลย ไม่ได้รวยขึ้น ไม่ได้ออกทีวี ไม่มีใครรู้จัก ไม่ได้มีชื่อเสียงที่มากขึ้น เพราะสิ่งที่เขาได้ คือได้แค่ความรู้สึก ได้เห็นความสุข ได้เข้าใจ ได้ความรัก ได้ในสิ่งที่เงินซื้อไม่ได้ ได้โลกที่สวยงามกว่าเดิม ในชีวิตคุณ อะไรคือสิ่งที่คุณต้องการมากที่สุด
ไทยประกันชีวิตเชื่อในความดี
It's already late. Where's Arjun?
He's looking for universities, right? Maybe he's held up there.
You look so tense. By the way, did you get to choose the university?
No, I'm unable to find a university that meets my requirements.
Whoa. Meet your requirements? What exactly are you looking for?
I'm looking for a place that gives me an opportunity to grow, to excel, to invent, and to innovate. I want to be a part of an institution that paves my way to discover myself and to witness the world moving forward in technology. I want to go to a place that sets a futuristic pattern of education filled with ideas and radical performances. Basically, I want to live my dream.
Dayanand Sagar University. Live the dream.